All right, let's get started. Whoop, wrong screen. There we go. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well tonight. Is the microphone working? I think it is. Sweet. Cool. Let's jump straight into it. So last time what we were doing is we were trying to figure out how to reset a user's password. I'm going to put this over here because I'm just going to fiddle with it like there's no tomorrow. I sadly wasn't able to do any research yesterday on it. However, we're just going to go through it today. The idea being is I think we need to generate a token for the password reset, and we'll also need to send out the email. And then when the user gets the email and stuff like that, we've got to verify that the token is correct. Otherwise, we'll just go to the login page. Yeah. All right. So let's jump straight into it. So in here, I'm just looking at the password management in Django and this documentation. We've got a bunch of hashes and all that kind of stuff. We're not really caring about how it's all set up. Manually manage a user's password. Validate hash passwords. All right, we're not wanting to do that. That's async. All right, we're not wanting to do that. Password validation we're not wanting to do. Yeah, we're not wanting to do that either. Writing your own validator, we definitely don't want to do that. Customizing authentication is probably what we want. So I'm just going to have a look on the right hand side. I'm going to do this so you guys can see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the contents. So other authentication, not quite what we want. We don't want to authorize or anything like that. Customer permissions, no, extending the user model. Not quite. Provides core implementation of user model, including the hash password and tokenized password resets. You must then provide, specifying a custom user model. We probably just want to click on that to see what actually happens. So abstract base user, get user clean, is authenticated, is anonymous, set password we don't want, check password, a check password, no. Set unusable password marks the user as having no password set. This is the same thing as, all right, yep, we don't want that. Has usable password, all right, cool. Get session auth hash, no. You also have to have password field secret, no. Struct user. Not what we want. Then that's perfectly fine. Oh, I've got top chat on instead of live chat. There we go. Oh, that's my bad. No one's chatted anyway. Create user, no. All right, I'm just gonna scroll all the way up to the top because we've got this. We've got this level, user authentication and stuff like that. Install, browse, overview, installation. working with user objects, permission and authorization, authentication, managing users in the admin API reference for the default implementation is probably what we want. So in here, what we've got is we've got the user, fields, attribute, methods, probably it's under a method or something like that. And we're just hitting that break. All right, cool. For those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. We do this so no one misses out on any content whatsoever. All right, so I'm just quickly doing the Rubik's Cube. We've got about 35 seconds left of the ads. All right. We've got 7 seconds. Can I do it? Yay! 2, 1, and welcome back, everyone. Oops, wrong screen. Let's jump straight back into it. So, we're having a look here. I'm just going to right-hand click and open up methods. So we've got the get username, get full name, get short name, set password. We don't need set password. Check password. No. Set unusable password, no. Has usable password, get user permission, get user permission. We don't want to use that at all. And hey, how are you going? Sorry, I'm terrible with new names. Be at it C. Feel free to correct me. Now that Socks is gone, I'm just gonna move my webcam like that. But yeah, hey, how are you going? Hopefully going well on this Friday. Has permissions, has multiple permissions, has email user. Sends an email to the user if email is done, Django default email required. All right, not exactly what we want to do. However, useful functionality. Managed method. So we've got user manager. The user model has a custom manager following the helper methods in addition to the methods provided by the base. Yep, all right, cool. We've got create user, create, all right. Not what we want. We don't want that. Anonymous user objects. I don't see password reset or token generator or anything like that, and I'm not sure. Aditya. All right. Anyway, welcome. I hope you will enjoy my content. So yeah. And I'm the Dev Alex. Welcome back. Hopefully you're going well. I should put the Rubik's Cube over here so I'll stop fidgeting with it. We've got get username, get is authenticated, set password, permission models. I don't think this is with permissions. No. Group model, no. Login and logout signatures. Authentication, get user, get group permissions, all that kind of fun stuff. Add that. Class model backends has permission. Oops, sorry. Get user permissions. So I don't think. Yeah, I don't think there is what I want here. That's perfectly fine. We're going to go back in here. So we've got the methods on the user, anonymous. Oh, I had to look through all of that. All right. Not a problem. In here, this is Django reset password. So send reset password link. So REST API views send password reset link. Okay. Registration views. All right. So they got something there. Cool. Not a problem. We'll have a read of what other people have done. So I'm just going to close that. So they've got a token, models, character field, They've got password reset as a class, apply migrations. To efficiently manage passwords in our Django application, let's start created by a model specifically designed for this purpose. The password reset model will store essential information such as the user email or unique token and creation timestamp. This model will play a crucial role in. Now, I don't want to build everything if Django already has it in place. They do actually have something in place. Yeah. Okay, password reset. They've got a token generator, so password token generator. Okay. And the password reset. Now that's the apps user.models. Alright, let's go in here. Now this is 4.2. That should be close enough. That's perfectly fine. What we've got here is password reset token generator. In itself, yep. Make token on that user. Okay. I'm gonna open up that. Gonna open up a couple of forum posts and Stack Overflow. Let's have a read. So, I like to find an easy way to send users a password reset link, the same kind of link sent default. Yep, all right, cool. So this goes through, get user. Not sure. All right, cool to do. I don't want to do third-party stuff if I don't need it. All right, we're not doing anything as complicated as that. We're doing essentially the base of what Django already does. This is built into Django, but it's built into their views and stuff like that. How long have I been programming for? Depends when you want to actually count it. So I started at 10 on a calculator. All right. At university, so when I was 19, I learnt C, MATLAB, and Maple. I can't write very well. When I started working at a university around about 22, 20, yeah, I was 22. I was using C++ a lot with the Qt framework. I then did, a couple of years later, I just did Python, PHP, and stuff like that. I didn't become a web developer. I started learning web developing 10 years ago. Yeah, so it depends where you want to call it. I actually graduated with a maths degree, so hence MATLAB. But I was working on some small database applications here, as well as doing a lot of SQL, a lot of this and that. And I learned Python because of pandas around that stage, but then I went into IT and I ended up automating my job with it. Really hated IT, upskilled myself in web development and jumped over. So yeah, depends where you want to call it. It's not a very straight path. There's a lot of things I've done. All right, so this is create user, yada yada yada. They've got activate. All right, cool. Okay, so they've got the password reset token generator. Cheers, thank you very much, Veer. All right, let's see what this one also says. So we've got the password generator. I think this is the, oh, it's slightly shortened. So for password generator, account activation, password generator. Okay. All right, let's have a look at Stack Overflow. To generate a token for a user activation link, which is sent to the user via email after submitting the registration form. All right, cool. So token. So we've got a token generator. It makes hash value. Okay, and then it returns the type 6. I don't know why they're doing it this way. If we have a look at this, we've got the password token generator. Okay, so we'll get a secret, set a secret, secret equals property, get secret, def fallback, make token. All right. Check token. Okay. So I've just got to figure out how this will fit into my code. So, task, confirm email, subject, email, yep, we send through that. So URL safe, base 64, encode, force bytes, user object pk dot decode, and then token. And then, yeah, we can send mail. We can actually do that off the user class that we just read before. So yeah. So they're doing 2 tokens. All right. So yeah, they got the user ID. Is removed. Maybe you were using low. All right, cool. All right. Account activation token. All right. Well, we've got this password reset token, which is part of this. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm gonna cd over here. We're going to open up our virtual environment like so. We're just gonna go Python 3 manage shell. We're just gonna bump into the shell. What we wanna do is we're just going to go from NearBeach.models, import everything, that's perfectly fine from, and this is where we'll go Django contrib auth tokens. import. I'm just going to import everything. I know we've just got the password reset generator like that. What I want to do is I'm just going to go. I'm going to get a user. So we're just going to go user1 equals user dot groups. User dot objects dot get, and we're just going to get the admin user. So if I go user1, there's our admin user. I just want to see what happens when I generate a token, if I can generate a token. So if I go then token gen for the token generator equals password reset token generator, and now this is where I don't know if I can get away with that and then go token gen dot make token and then pass through user1. Yeah. Missing one required positional argument user. Now, if we go back over here, it's a self and the user. So if I missing self. All right, so that doesn't work. That's perfectly fine. So if I all right, so password init takes one positional argument, but two were given. Yeah, all right. That's where I'll start reading this stuff up here. All right. Ooh, all right, we got it coming. Now that's passed through the self and the timestamp. Now they're using 6, which no, we don't want to use 6 anymore. All right, so Django generate password reset token for user. All right, cool. We'll just use this to see what this is doing. Generate password, generates a complete password. All right, cool, UDI. All right, cool. Token, default token generator. Make token, all right. Yep, it's there. And if we go user1, oh, sorry, default token generator dot make token, sorry, user1. All right, now one other thing which I want to do, I'm just going to put the data grip stuff over here, and I'm just going to, I'm zoomed in way too much. Not letting me to. All right, give me 2 seconds. Sorry, this is driving me nuts. You edit your preferences. All right, I'm not worried. Let's just close all tabs. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to refresh. So we reload up the SQLite. We've got auth group. We've got auth group permissions. We've got auth permissions, which is all fine. We've got auth user. So I should have done it for the first user on up here. We don't have any token stuff in there. We've got author user groups, author user permissions, yep. So none of that is what we've got. We've got the Django session, Django migrations, Django content type, and admin logs. Then we've got the Nox auth tokens. Which I don't think matches the D37. Yeah, no. So we've got all the NearBeach stuff. One-time password stuff, which we not need to worry about. Just wondering how Django does this currently. So we've got the token. Password reset confirm is the default name for the URL pattern. You're making sure, yep, all right, cool. Yeah, you get that. And that's the reset URL. Get that email, generate reset link. Oh, that's that one up there. That would get the password link. Okay, not. Yeah, we're gonna go all through that. It's not. Create template, yada yada yada. Yeah, we all know. All right, let's try this one. We'll do that. So, reading the Django reset password. It's this one. All right, cool. Found a way to create and send reset password token manually, meaning without the use of endpoint created by the package. Yep, which is what we're trying to do. Then when the user requests the password and said, actually, that might be a good idea, is to actually read through the source for this, see if I can actually figure it out. Not guaranteed, but we've got some views. User equals get user model. Yep. Unicode. Yeah. All right. Generate token for email. Password field. Activate. Validation we could find. Yep. All right. Cool. All right. Cool. Reset password token. Oh. So they created their own table. Okay. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. So I'm just having a good think about this. Because there's something already built in to Django. Reset password validation. All right, cool. Yeah, serialize is valid. All right, cool. Return data. All right. Reset password, confirm. All right, cool. But yeah, it looks like they've got their own models. Key model, character field, max length 64, index, unique, true. User agent, all right. I mean, we could, prior to Django editor, auth user model, setting did not exist, auth user model. Okay. Specifying writing authenticated backends, handling authorization in custom backends, authorizing anonymous users, authorizing handling object permission, not custom permissions, existing. All right, cool. Login value, if the login value. All right. Let's look up token. Okay. Got a couple of tokens. So I'm choosing a user model. All right, no. To construct a compliant customer user model is the inherit that provides the core information user model, including hash password and tokenized password resets. All right. So I'm just thinking how I could get something out now. Get username, clean, class method, get email, field name, normalize user, is authenticate, is anonymous, set password. There should be also email. All right, we got it coming. We've got the create user. All right. Django generate tokenize password reset. Yeah, it's just sending back the reset URL. But it's funny how it's doing this too. Which makes sense because you want to confirm that it's the proper user, so you're sending the username and that token. Okay. Password reset token generator, make token user. where am I storing that token? All right, so I'm gonna nick this one line. We're just gonna paste it in. That should be user 1, and then the token's gonna be that. All right, cool. But I'm interested to see what actually happens with the token. Oh, all right, it's staying the same. If I got password reset token generator, validate token. All right, that's where I've got to check this code. Let's close that one. I'm just going to close that one. Reset password token. That does all of that stuff. Not quite what I want. Email stuff. So with the password reset token here, we've got to make token, which we've just figured out how. Check token. And that's true. All right. But what if I change it? False. All right, but what if I use an old token? How long do these tokens last? So I've got an idea how to send it out now and check it. Yeah. All right. Oh, and I closed the page I didn't want to close. Ah, damn it. Not a problem. Not a problem. We're just going to yank this. We're just going to put it up here. I'm just going to close all of this as I feel like I'm getting somewhere. I also want to look up Django password reset token generator lasts for how long? Password recovery, Django tokens never expires. I set up a password recovery system in my application which works pretty well. However, I'm facing token issue which apparently never expires, at least when it gets used multiple times by the user. Yeah, we want to actually expire these tokens when they're used and have a 5-minute window. The link sent to the email user remains valid. All right, cool. As I don't think the tokens can be set as a one use only, but you can reduce the number of seconds the token is valid in by default 3 days per the token. So token generator, check token. If it's time lapse, it would return false. Right, yep. You would include the UID and the token in the URL. Yeah, we would have to do that. Yep. Ugh, this is horrible to read. Right, I'm just going back into here. So we have a make token. We do have number of seconds. I'm DT. Is there a set for number of seconds? Oops, sorry, I'm just scrolling through all the data. Oh, this get secret. I don't want to access these with the underscore out the front, and the reason being is these should be private functions. So we've got make token, we've got check token. Number of seconds, DT. All right, so if I go for the very last thing, sorry, num seconds. Make token with timestamp. Returns a token that can be used once to do a password reset. Oh, that's one other thing is yeah, that still come through as true. Check token. Yeah, we've got self dot now. Settings, password reset timeout. Okay. We don't have that set up. Okay. Have you ever simulated gravity on C++? No. No, I haven't done much math in C++. Just database sort of, basic sort of database applications. Nothing to write home about. Essentially just a GUI that connects to a simple database. But that was, yeah, that was 15 years ago. 16 years ago. Yeah, back in like 2009, 2010, and 2011, and then I moved into data science. All right, Django. What was I looking up? Password reset token expiry or expiry. According to the. All right, that's perfectly fine. Days. So we got days. Sorry, I really should have copied this, then gone into here. It just makes it. Oh, all right. So 3 days in seconds. So that's the default. So what I want to do is we definitely want to actually set this up so this does come through. So we do want to put it in here. Now it's in seconds. We just found it down here. So I It's in seconds down here. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to go 30 seconds. One of them turned to false. Still true, but that could be, yeah, if I go token equals, what was it? Password reset token generator. And then it is not check, or it's make token. And we're going to pass through user 1. So now we have a token. And then what I want to do is password reset token generator dot check token. We want to pass through the user 1 and the token. And that's going to be true. This isn't actually connected to the settings. I think I need to actually escape and then come back in to test this out. So we're going to do that. Because now it should have the new settings. So if I go... It doesn't matter. We'll just do this. From Django dot where contrib auth tokens. We're just going to import everything. What we want to do is from NearBeach dot models. We're going to import everything too. That's perfectly fine. We're going to go user1 equals. We're going to go user.objects.get pk equals 1 is done. User2 equals user.objects.get.pk equals 2, like so. We're going to go token equals password reset token generator dot make token, and we're passing through user 1. So now we have a token. And then what we can do, password reset token generator check token, and we pass through user 1 and the token, and that should be true. Easy done. I also want to check to make sure if we pass through 2, that becomes false. Sweet. Cool. So now I also want to know where these tokens are stored. All right, let's actually find out. So I'm trying to access the generated tokens in a database table when requesting the reset password functionality, but you can't seem to find them. Cool. It doesn't store anywhere except the user email. When the user clicks on the provided link and token path to obtain a timestamp. With this timestamp, password generates a new token and compares this token with provided by the user's checked. Hang on. It doesn't store the token anywhere except in the user's email. All right, sweet. Yep. When the user clicks on the provided link token passed by a generator to obtain a timestamp, with this timestamp, password reset token generates a new token. Import. Alright, so Django does some magic. That's what I'm going to say. I'm happy with that. Okay, cool. So, we have the forgotten password now. So what we'll have is a post That will come through. We will serialize the data. All right, so we'll serialize the data. Once it's all valid, we're all happy with that. And then what I want to do is generate the user token and URL. So a lot of the examples here are telling me to do this, the UID. Cool, I'm happy with that. What we'll do is first we'll get the user, which should be as simple as going request.user.pk. Now we also should state with this that, the user's logged out. With this. All right, cool. So the user's logged out. So we won't have a user in the request. So password reset serializer will have email in here. So I've got to get the user. We're only sending back a 400 bad request if the form is wrong. So I'm thinking a little bit ahead now. If the user doesn't exist, we send back a 200. Be like, yeah, we sent everything, cool. And we're going to try and do this async. So what we need to do is we get the user equals user.objects.get, and then it will be email serialized validated data is that. Now we're going to add on a few more extra stuff on here. Is active, is true is going to be one of them. Now I need to import this. So from NearBeach.models, import the user table. Oh no, it'll be part of the from Django.contrib.auth.models, import the user. All right, cool. So once we've got the user, now it's going to fail if there doesn't exist anything in there. All right, that's fine. I'm just trying to think how I can do this in a sneaky way. Whoops. We're going to filter for stuff first. We've got to use a list. If the length of the user list equals 0, we're going to return a response. Data equals message. Not user not found. Actually, oh, should I send back a message? Send back, okay, message, not to tell that the user does not exist. All right, cool. So we're just sending back that. We don't need to send back much. We're just gonna go, all right, cool, yeah. Then, from here, we can generate the stuff, the tokens and stuff like that. So that will be user list 0. We should, at this stage, just go user equals user list. I think we could just go dot first. Yeah, use some async in there. Do we have a... No, it's only... All right, cool. No, that's perfectly fine. Right, Django async length of ORM object. Try this. Get invites. Is this Django? Okay. So I'm just having a quick think. About all of this. And how I can do this in, because I do want to implement async eventually. When I say eventually, at the start of everything. So I figure out how we're going to get everything async. The idea with that is when it contacts the database, it just frees up that process for something else to actually happen. And once it gets that data back, it just continues on. That way it's not holding on to something. Yeah. It's definitely... Yeah, once I finish this API, I might come back and then look at making it async, because then I can have some tests put into place to like unit tests to test everything, to make sure I haven't broken in everything. All right, so what I've got is we've got user list. All right, cool. I won't worry about the async at the moment, but we've got the length. That's perfectly fine. That will respond. Do that. We won't worry about the async there. That's yeah, that will be fine. If we actually handle it here and actually get the data here, and that's what I was thinking, is if I do put it over into something here, does it actually, because Django's lazy when it comes to its ORM. It won't actually run the ORM here. It will run it here though, because it's got to actually figure out what the count of this is. However, if I find out, if I actually get the data here, so not make it lazy, and that way I can get this step done faster, and then I can get this step done faster. And I don't know if something like that will work in Python. Give me 2 seconds. There's another thing I want to check out. I'm going to go user3 equals user.objects.filter, where the PK equals, and I'm doing something ridiculous. So this, oops, will have nothing in it. It's an empty query set, all right? But if I go dot first, shows up nothing. And that might be a good solution. So if I go a equals user3 dot, user3 dot first. And I go b equals user1. That might work. And then if I do user4 equals user.objects.filter, let's go pk equals, let's go 3. And I just go b equals user4 dot first. Yeah, all right. That actually might be a little bit better. I don't think this has a weight or anything like that. Then I can get rid of all of this. Get the user async. Check to make sure we have the user. So if user is none, return response. And then here we're just going to state what we want. We want to send back 200 as we don't want to alert the user, alert the attacker whose user does not exist. All right, and that's just it. So status.http 200. Okay, we're all happy with that. So now we've got the user. I think that's a elegant sort of solution for that. We then can just go user here, perfectly fine. Sorry, .pk, perfectly fine. Now it wants me to actually import these. Oh, where has this been imported? The force bytes. Bar encoding. All right. All right, so that is fine. And then we'll have a token equals token.objects.get. User equals, sorry, my brain just went boo. Token equals, and this is where it'll be the password reset token make token for the user, and then we'll send them an email. So this is where before we actually came across the user model send email. Or send mail, I should say. I should put in Django in there. Yeah, we've just got that. And I'm just wondering if we can do it async. One way to find out. So we've got a class email thread. Email thread run. Right, what are they doing? They've got email thread in it. Threading thread in itself. Okay, they've Django asynchronous send mail over thread. For a more thorough explanation of what this bit of code tries to solve, please visit. All right, cool. Put Django async send mail in your Python path. All right, yep. All right, there's no code here. All right, there we go. Email thread. All right, cool. So this is doing threading. This is class. In it, subject body from email to fail silently and so forth like that. Dot start. All right, cool. Email multi alternatives. All right. Oh, I've just realized that we're on an ad break. Terribly sorry. I've been focusing hard on this. So yeah. For those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch just to stop the pre-rolled ads because they suck. Yeah, we get to do this for about a minute and a half. We've got about 20 seconds left of the ads. And yeah, we'll figure out what we want to do next with the emailing stuff. So it might be one of those things that I just create a utility where we pass through template and so forth like that. So, and welcome back everyone. So we're going to jump right back into it. So having a look at this. Django core, import, send mail, core. So we've got as core send email. We're importing the method here, and then we're going email thread, and we're just passing through everything, and then we're just going start and yeah. I think this might be all right. All right. I'm going to create some services for NearBeach. It's done. We're just going to put it in here. We're going to call this async email service. All right, we've got this little bit of code. I'm going to change it a little bit. It's perfectly fine. We're just going to paste it in like this. Yeah, it will, because I don't want all of this. So Django core mail import send mail as core send email. I don't think we'll need this. email multiple alternatives. We're just going to have a look at send email. So from Django, core mail, import, send email, and it's just as simple as that. So you got the subject, here's the message, from to, and fail silently. Now, I'm just wondering if the defaults were perfectly fine, because the idea is whenever you set up NearBeach, you've got some config values that you got to do. So if we scroll all the way down, we'll have the SMTP host, email, oh, we don't have from address. That's a little oversight on my behalf. So yeah, we'll need a from address. That's actually something we've got to sort of record. Excuse me whilst I log in. Auto deployment, no, projects. We want the NearBeach application. All right, so we've got a new issue. SMTP, this will be need a from address as a default. All right, cool. If I go into the settings, I'm just going to do that. Email host, email port, host user, host default from email, email host user. All right, no, we don't need to deal with that. Delete then. All right, cool. Not a problem. So email host. Cool. That's perfectly fine. Default from email. All right, we'll level with that. All right, going back with this. Yeah, all right. I don't think I need that. Quick examples. All right, cool. Yep. Just wondering if there's a... Yeah, this will be rendered to string with all of that. All right, cool. This is kind of what we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and we're just going to paste it in here. This is all for reference. So straight off the bat, what I want to do is I want to grab these. I want to go all the way up here. We're just going to post that down there. We can get rid of the extra one. We're no longer going to use the send email. Down here, we're going to go and call this class async email service. With the def in it, we're going to have self. This will be the subject. Template. From email, we're going to use the defaults. We'll need a recipient. List. Fail silently will happen automatically in HTML. We won't need. We're just going to use the defaults for that, and then we're going to do a run with the self. We just got to add code in here. We're just going to go print hello world for the moment. Oh yeah, we'll need that one. Yes. I need to threading.thread that. All right, so that's all done now. All right, so going down here, we've got the text content. What I got to do? Class to help. This is actually going to be a service to help send emails asynchronously. All right, cool. This will be the initialize the class. Easy done. And this will be called the send emails asynchronously. All right, cool. So what we want to do, text content equals render to string. And then what we have here is we'll have the template name equals the self template, which will be the path to the template. The context will be the self.context that we're going to pass through. So we need subject, template, recipient list, and context. Like so. All right, so the context will have the tokens and the URL and all that kind of stuff in there. All right, I'm doing this so that way everyone knows. String list, that will be array of strings. I don't know how to do that in Python types yet, or type hinting. All right, Python type hinting array of strings. According to this, all right, list of strings. This will be an object. Key value object, so this is where we just go Python type hinting object of key values. A dict. All right. Yeah, and I'm just trying to think. What if I just have a dict in there? It's another thing I could potentially do. All right, what if I just put dict? Ooh, list is not working here. Module typing. Supports granular typing as defined by 484. All right, cool. Yep. Easy done. So we got the types in there now. That's just to help. I want to have these types put in purposely, so that's just meant to help new developers come in and they're like, oh, cool, it's going to be of this sort of type. So they're not second guessing and accidentally send something through that is incorrect. Yeah, that's it. That's why. So we've got the text content that's going to be rendered to string. So we've just done that. Render the HTML content. So that's going to be render to string. I see how this works. All right, yep. So render to string, and then once again, template name, context. That's all fun and handy. But if I go back to this example, that's email.text. I'm just wondering if we need to actually do both. All right, let's have a look. HTML message, plain message, strip tags. Okay, that might work. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So we've got the HTML content, so we're happy with that. We need the util strip tags, don't we? HTML, all right, yep. Cool. So what I then want to do is I want to go email equals email we're going to have subject self subject, we're going to have body equals strip tags HTML content. Easy done. We've got the from email is going to be the default. I think I can leave it out and it'll default. We'll have the to equals the self, yep, like that. We won't need any headers. Now, in this other one, they've got HTML message. Which doesn't work, but not a problem. We have the HTML content, which is going to be right here. So yeah, as you see, like that. And then we just send. And that should be it. Okay, so with the forgotten passwords, we're definitely doing that. I've got to double check with the Django REST framework. I think. Supports asynchronous operations primarily through Alright, so I've got to have async out the front. async support. So that is also another thing is ADRF. Which they've been working on. Dispatch allows you to work with async class function-based views and stuff like that. All right, cool. Just wondering what it makes it different. Now this is an API view. All right. Oh. I won't do async yet. It looks like I need to implement that library. All right, so I'll get rid of first there, but that still works perfectly fine. We go through here, we get the tokens and so forth like that. We'll need the URL for the site. Get full path. I don't want full path. Async user get host. Get port, no, get full path, returns a path plus the appended query string if applicable, no. Get full path info, no. URL returns the absolute URL or location if no location it'll. Yeah, we kind of want to do something like that. So what we want to do, build the URL. We're going to go, actually, no, this will be the context. And then we'll have URL, request build URL. And we're just going to use simple f strings just to pass this through. It's just going to be easier this way. So we'll do the UDI. And then we'll have the token. Now the UID. Like that. And then we'll have the send email. And that's going to be, this is where we need to import stuff. So get rid of that. We go from NearBeach.services.async email service, import async email service. This will be async email service. So NearBeach password reset. And when we translate this application, we're going to have to actually get the user's default language set and pass that through with English being a default. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Shouldn't be too hard to actually implement. All right, the template. This is where we're also going to nick a template. So under sites, we've got the old NearBeach, we've got the NearBeach, we've got the templates in here. Yeah, we've got then the NearBeach again, and then it's one of these template. One of these folders. Task sprint, search, requirements, recognized alert, projects, profile, yeah, no, permission sets, password reset, this one. Oh no, that's just the... There, password reset email. So I'm going to copy that. We're going to go into NearBeach. We've got our templates. We've got our NearBeach. We've got authentication. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder called email. And I'm just going to paste it in there. Like so. And then every other email template, we're going to do the exact same thing. We're just going to paste it in there and be happy with it. All right, so you're here, so you get to go on the camera. There we go. Here's the basic sort of email. It's just basic email and stuff like that. We'll probably improve it moving forward, but for the moment, we won't worry about that at the moment. So in here, what we need to do is we need to go NearBeach /email / forgotten password. Yep. All right. Cool. The context will equal the context. Recipient list. So, yeah, I'm just going to go subject equals this, template equals this, recipient list equals user.email, which we're happy with, and then that should be it. Now this is almost done. Now this could actually be, we could put that all in def handle email request or handle email. And then what we can do, so we just, we need to pass through the request. That's fine, we can pass through those. We're going to do that. Now, having a look at this, this can actually be a static function, static method. Like so, we'll get rid of this because it's not calling itself, it's by itself. It doesn't need any variables at the class level. So we're just going to do that. Oops, I was meant to do that. So we're quite happy with this because that will handle its own own thing, and so forth like that. We'll have it here. Now this is then going to return response dot now I've just spotted one thing. I can get rid of this here and put it down here. Whoop. All right. Check to make sure that we have a user. All right. So what this will do is if user is not none, it'll handle that, and otherwise it'll send back that, and everyone will be happy. So yeah, I've just flipped that around because otherwise we're just returning the same thing no matter what. I'm happy with that. We've got the email logic up here, separated out from down here. I'm happy with all of that. Yeah, we just need to test it now. So, getting this back up, I'm going to keep this like this. We're going to run npm run dev. We're going to run the server like this. All right, we're going to go over here. I'm going to close a lot of these tabs for the moment, and we're just going to open up localhost. So we should hit here. I'm going to click on forgotten password. I'm just going to go support at the whole NearBeach.org. Now, one thing which I've just realized, that happened really quickly. I've just realized I haven't plugged in the front end yet. So, I'm going to put a breakpoint here, but I'm going to close all these tabs, and we're going to deal with the front end very, very quickly. We're going to open up this. We're going to open up the source. We're going to open up the login. So components, login. We've got password reset. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Forgotten password, and we'll come back to password reset. So we've got forgotten password, and then we've got the forgotten password panel. So the instant someone does something here, we're admitting up password reset, which goes up here, password submit password reset. We now need to do it with the Axios stuff here. So we need to do this.axios.post. We need to set up the send request to backend. So we'll have const data to send equals new form data, which we're happy with. So data to send dot. It's set, not append. This will be the. This is where I need to double check with the serializers what all the names are. We have to match everything up. So this will be authentication, password reset authentication. This will be email. All right, cool. And then we just set that to, we need that to come from up here. So password reset serializer, I'm just going to put that all the way over there for the moment. We've got email address. That's actually not going to be ref. That's going to be a define model. So That's going to be type of string required is going to be true. And then we get rid of it there. That way we're saying email address, and then what we want to do is we've got the email address up here, and we're going to go down here and we're going to go vmodel equals email address. Now we just have one model down here. That should be perfectly fine. Maybe not. Maybe I have to do it as model. No, I just need to. I prefer keeping all of this like that. I'm happy with all of that being matched up like that. There we go. V model email address. Okay, so that should be passing all of that up into this ref. So then all I need to do is type in email address dot value here. Bob's your uncle. With the Axios post, I want to post it to the API. I believe it's that, and then data to send. Then, now how am I doing Axios in here? I'm doing it like this. Import type Axios instance. All right, so I'm going to put that over there. I'm going to import the type like that. And then we've actually got to inject something in. So we'll inject it like that. I need to state up here that we are injecting something. And that should be all fine and dandy. All right. And then, yeah, this becomes API client. Just double checking. Oh, yeah. Now, if anything bad happens on the back end or anything like that, we're not going to tell the user just yet. This is something that will probably come back and definitely put in some warnings and stuff like that. It's just that we don't have anything in at the moment to be like, hey, there's an issue. We don't have the ability to show toasts or anything like that. I mean, we could have an error passing down. Actually, no, I lie. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Is done. Const error message equals ref nothing. All right, cool. If this comes back perfectly fine, we don't need to worry about or do anything. We just need to catch the error. So that will be this dot error. No, it will be error message dot value equals error yeah, it's just going to be... It's going to be a string that passes through the error message. We're going to be happy with that. So with the password is done, then what I want to do is we're going to actually have some props. So we're going to define props. So define props. We're going to have error message. That's going to be type of string. Required is going to be true. Yep, that's perfectly fine. And then we don't need a default. And then down here, what we've got, password reset sent. We're going to have a VF. VF if that is the case. Otherwise, we're going to do something like this. In fact, I can just ID equals main title, easy done. Password reset failed. We're just going to have a simple this, and we're just going to put error message in there, and that's it. That's all we need. So I can fake this out easily. So if I go back here, I'm just going to hit reset. First, what we're going to do is support at NearBeach.org. Easy done. We're just going to hit submit. Password reset fail. Oh, I didn't get back. 382 found. All right. Not a problem. I think I haven't hooked everything up, so we're gonna do that now. But we know this kind of works. We've got it as a found. That was sorry, just the some random characters actually formed a word. Sorry, I'm just taking a photo of that. Okay, hooking stuff up. We need the URLs. So we need to go into NearBeach. We want to go into the URLs. We're going to go into the API public URLs. Actually, no, this is internal, sorry. So we need authentication and forgotten password. I haven't passed down the vbind error message. Error message, it should do that. I'm going to do that again. It's saying it's working now, but because before it wouldn't. All right, yeah. Yeah, it should be that. We should also have version 1 there. So I'm just going to refresh. We should go support at NearBeach.org. Access request failed with a status code 403, which is forbidden. All right, cool. Well, I know that works now. Now let's get everything hooked up. So we've done this authentication problem before. If we actually go back to the API. So we want to go back into the views, API 1, authentication, API view. We go all the way up, and we actually want this, allow any into the password reset stuff. So I'm just going to open up this. We're going to scroll all the way up. We do need to import that. That's just importing that. I'm just clicking on that to import it. There it is up there. We're just going to format that very, very quickly. We are here. And what I want to do is, with the forgotten password dot view, I'm just want to do this. Click here to try again. It's not going to be login. It's going to be forgotten password. Login forgotten password. Like so. That way, if I click. All right. I'm gonna keep that in there. I'm just wondering if on an on thing I could. All right. We're gonna cheat, we're gonna do that. There is a way around this. What we could actually do is I can have an emit when someone clicks on that to go up to the parent one and be like, all right, cool, put is done equals false again. And hey, Sherry Carrot, how are you? Yes, I am. It is Friday. So yeah, definitely can't complain at all. So yeah. All right, I am happy with all of that. So they'll go back to the login page, and then yeah, this. Let's do that. It failed with a 403 again, but that's perfectly fine. We've got the authentication, forgotten password one. It's all authentication we're happy with. That should now be working. I'm just going to stop and re-debug just in case something hasn't connected correctly. I've got to double check that when forgotten password is clicked. It is a post. Yep, it is a post. You're very good. Oh, that's great to hear. I'm going to close all tabs in that group. I'm going to close all tabs in there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to refresh. We're going to go support at NearBeach.org. I'm going to close that. I'm just going to hit submit. We should be hitting the correct spot. I'm going to double check the URLs. Wherever my URLs are. There you go. URLs. This is internal. So authentication, forgotten password view, which is here. Permission classes is allow any, which is weird because we've got the same thing here. Ooh. I can actually clean up some of that code. All right, so we've got allow any. I should class dealing with forgotten passwords. We should just go class dealing with user authentication. got that. We've got the defs. We've got the post. Yeah, we should be dealing with this. So I'm just gonna stop and redirect. Alright, forgotten password, blah, blah, blah. We're here, name settings is not defined. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'm just gonna hit play on that. It's an API view. Yeah, API view, so it extends the API view. Just gonna delete all of that. I'm just gonna hit submit. Yeah, what the? I see it. This is gonna be a really stupid thing. Where's my source? Forgotten password. Really stupid. There we go. And straight away, we've got this, and it sends back a message. They might get this message, and then the error message might come in a little second later, but we always want this screen to just suddenly appear. So we're on here. Yeah, this user is fine. We get the first. Now, this particular user is not known. All right, cool. Now, that being said, NearBeach does allow users to have multiple users use the same email address, and I've just realized that we might not want to grab the first. So, that's fine. Now, apparently that happened really, really quickly. Let me go to my dashboard. That's the 2FA. We can delete all those, that's perfectly fine. It might have sent an email, I'm not 100% sure. Yes, so what do I want to do? I want to debug this, but I also want to change this to users. I want to get rid of the first. I want to then go down here and I want to go for user and users, and I want to do that. So that way, if there is no user, Python's like, oh, cool, it's an empty thing. Sweet, I'll just move on. Yeah, that handles everything. That's really, really neat code. I'm happy with all of that. We want to go into this implementation now. I want to see if this gets done or if we get an error. I'm just going to hit play. We're going to reset. We're going to click here, forgotten password, support at NearBeach.org. We're going to hit enter. It's going to hit this. Oh, hang on. I want to go down here. I want to hit this. Oh, we might not be hitting run. That's probably why. Yeah, we're not hitting run. All right, not a problem. This is just a skill issue on my behalf. Python class automatic run async and stuff like that is all right. Now, before we were having a look at some of the Django email async stuff. Someone's done it here, and then they got the send email HTML, and that's email that, and then they've got the dot start. Oh. Don't know if that will work, but we'll find out in a second. Go back to login. No, forgotten password. All right, support at NearBeach.org. We're gonna hit enter. We've then hit here. All right, cool. We're making sure that this all works. It looks like this isn't going to work. So we've got NearBeach. We've got templates, so we've got NearBeach, we've got email, and then password reset. Oh, template name. Yeah. Okay, yep. Alright, I'm just gonna hit play. We've got a couple of problems, but that's nothing that I can't fix. So, just gonna close that. We've got the forgotten password sort of stuff. What I've done is I put in the wrong URL. Oops. Sorry, the wrong template name. Should be password reset email. Bit of a boo-boo. Easy done. We've just done that. What I'm going to do, reset. We're going to go support again at NearBeach.org. We're going to hit enter. We hit the breakpoint here. I'm just going to make sure that we get over that. No, we're still not getting over it. I've got emails. All right, I'm just going to hit stop. Actually, no, I like the plural. No, we don't use the plural anywhere else purposely. All right, I am going to debug. Oops. Hitting the wrong tabs. We're doing that, and I'm literally just waiting for an ad on Twitch to occur. There's probably something I'm missing in here. There's a bit of data I'm missing also. A bunch of other stuff too. All right, we'll fix that up. I just want to get the emails out. and the fact that they're failing is annoying me. So we're going to do a Python try catch. However, we've just hit a little bit of an ad break. On Twitch, for those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads on Twitch every half an hour to stop the pre-rolled ads because they suck. I'm going to close the curtains, get myself a beer because it's Friday, and we're going to get back into this testing. Well, actually fixing these emails and getting them all sent out. All right, ads are over. Sorry, I took a little longer. I realized that Paddy was still outside. Needs to bring him in. Okay. We're going to do try catches. Errors and exceptions. All right, cool. Yeah, try, accept. All right, cool. We're going to do all of this in there. And then what we're going to do is Django logging. So that's another thing I wanted to implement in NearBeach. Is a lot more logging. So when there's an issue, we can actually find it. Yeah, I'm fine with all of that. Just tell me how to log. All right, that was Django right to log. Let's try the logging module. All right, cool. Filter errors. All right, default dict. We're not too worried about any of this. Alright. Just want to log. So import logging. Alright, easy done. And And then what I want to do, error debug warning. All right. Yeah, we want to do something like that. Yeah. All right. Okay, I'm happy with that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the breakpoint on the error. Actually, I'm going to put the breakpoint here and on the error. We're going to go run back here. We're just going to return to the login page. We're just going to do this. We're just going to write okay. Support at nearbeach.org. Network error. You know what? Yes, I haven't rerun the thing. We are just going to resend that. We've got a bad request. That's perfectly fine. That's because we have expired tokens. So we're going to go into here. We're just going to step over, step over, step over. Boom. All right, we're going to step over. Reserved for password reset confirm not found. Password reset confirm is not a valid view function or pattern name. Okay. No reverse match. Oh. Oh, okay. No, I understand this now. We've got a problem in here. I'm going to fix a few of these things in here. All right. The first thing I want to do, so we've got the application HTML. I'm just going to put that over there. I'm going to get rid of that because we don't need to see that. We want to grab those. We want to get rid of that. We want to level this out like that. So NearBeach reset password view. We're all happy with that style. Yep. All of this is fine. That will be border color then. Is going to be 82E 3B. Alright, cool. Which means I can get rid of that. That doesn't like that. So, I see what's happening. We've got black and... Okay, so that's all fine. We've got the body. Center is no longer dealt with. Yeah, it's deprecated. So body. I think we got to do text align center there. Yeah, we don't have a class called center, nor do we have a line center. Yeah, all of this is deprecated now. Obsolete attributes and stuff like that. Oh. Yeah, it's missing the alt. NearBeach logo. Yeah, we don't have user first name. So I've got to pass through the user. That's a spelling mistake. We're not going to do a button. We've got blank. We've got protocol domain. All right, so I've got to pass through protocol and no, I've got the URL. This is just going to be as simple as URL, because we've done all the hard work. We're getting rid of that. Get rid of that. So we'll need the first name, we'll need the username, so we'll need to pass through the user. All right, so going with the forgotten password type of stuff, so we'll have user and we'll just pass through user. Putting that in alphabetical order. Whoa, what happened there? There it go. I'm just gonna hit play again. I'm gonna hope for the best. We're just gonna write in support at nearbeach.org. We're just gonna hit enter. We do hit the breakpoints in here. I'm just gonna do this, boom. All right, cool. Just going to do that. We're going to do that. And I'm going to get rid of those breakpoints. And it should have sent. All right, let's have a look at the mail trap. All right, cool. We'll fix that up in a minute. We've almost finished with the password reset, which is great news. So now that we're here with this, so I'm getting distracted by the cube. Alright, sorry, I'm just having a quick think. I thought of something and I've instantly forgot it. So I'm actually happy with this. This is fine. We've got the logging in here. We're all happy with all of this. Forgotten password. That's all fine and dandy. We've got the URL. I need to double check this URL, where it's landing and so forth like that. So we need to go to the API internals. We need to deal with reset password. Now, if I go into here, we do have this. So if I go into here, I'm going to create a new line. It's going to be path or authentication reset password. Now the two-factor stuff, I don't think we're actually hitting. Oh, are we hitting it? Yeah, no, we're actually not hitting this two-factor stuff. Wherever this two-factor stuff is, authentication two-factor. Oh, that's in it down here. Yeah, we're not hitting it. So I'm going to get rid of that class. That's perfectly fine. But we'll need... We'll need a password reset API view. I'm just copying this. I'm just going to put this in here very, very quickly. This is going to be password reset view. Yeah, we just call them views. All right, cool. There'll be a def for the post, return response. Yeah, we'll just do it like that. And there'll be one for the get. Ooh, and Mercenary Mage. Hey, how are you going? How's the gaming going? Actually, I might... Yeah, you're building your own game. Can't say to chat, but had a great stream. Oh, okay, cool. Cheers. Anyway, thank you very much for the raid. Greatly appreciated. So, yeah. Welcome everyone from Mercenary Mage. I'm Robotic Head, and I'm building an open source project management system called NearBeach. Now, we've got 0.31 out. It's a bit clunky. Not designed very well. For 0.32, what we're going to do is we're removing all the technical debt. Yay! And we're redesigning it to make it look a lot nicer and feel a lot nicer. So at the moment, this is what it looks like. It's just a login page. We're moving the authentication out of just the good old sort of login screen where you sign in, you hit enter, it sends all the data off, you get a new page and so forth like that. We're moving it into the API so the login stuff can be a single page application, which works a lot faster. So if you need to reset your password, you just hit the reset password and that box will pop up straight away, all that kind of stuff. We're making some giant leaps and bounds with it, which is great. I just need to do I just need to do the other end of the password resets type of things. But we've got 2FA and all that kind of stuff in there at the moment. We also use NearBeach to build NearBeach. I can't show you my production environment because I have data in there that is for clients and I just want to keep them a secret. But yeah, we're getting there. We do have a mock-up of the new design. Feel free to have a look at it. If you have any feedback, join our Discord. Yeah, this is still a work in progress and it's a very vertical slice. So for example, you can't do anything here, but it's meant to give you an idea of how things are meant to look and also work. Yeah, we're of course going to definitely elaborate on this when we go to the production sort of stuff. This is just, once again, just us doing a vertical slice, seeing what works, what doesn't, what I hate, what I'm like, okay, I could work with that, and so forth with that. So, yeah. Yeah, we're just getting back into the login sort of stuff. So, we've just been able to send the password resets email, which is here, cut it off because, you know. So, we've just sent this off, which we're happy with. The next thing I've got to do is, if we actually click on this, it doesn't quite work. It actually goes to, oh, it does go to forgotten password. All right, no, that's what I want. All right. just means I've got to decrypt that. And then I've got the token. Just need to get the user in here with the token. Yeah, all right. So I've got to just handle all of this. I might actually change that because I don't want it going there. Yeah, all right, cool. Let's just go Django get URL because it's part of the request sort of thing. It's just request dot. Gonna have a look at this one. We've got attributes. We've got the body. URL. URL config, not what we want. It's down here. Yeah, get host. And it'll always, all right, cool. So going with the forgotten password, we'll go through all of this stuff, and the URL is that, and we're just going to change that to get host. Yeah, get host. Then we're going to plus. And then what we're going to do is where's my URLs? Oh god, API internal. So we've got reset password like this. So if I go into, I'll come back to that one. We'll add that on. We've got the UID, and then we've got the token. Okay, now from the UID, I should be able to get the user, but we'll figure that out. All right, so that should be the URL now. Then if we go into here, I need to get a match pattern for this. So I'm just going to go Django URL match pattern. So we've got the dispatcher. Okay. Do we have example? Yep. We've got ints there, which we don't want ints. So string matches not empty string. All right, cool. Slug matches any slug consisting of ASCII. All right, cool. Probably go slug. So in here, we'll go slug, and then UID / slug token, and then /. And then from here, we need to go password reset API view.reset password. That's part of the authentication naming system. That's password reset as view. All right, that's gonna have a problem. We no longer have two-factor in there. Oops. There we go. That should actually be password reset view. The two-factor we're getting rid of because that's actually incorporated at the authentication side of things. So now that we've done that, what we need to do is go into the password reset. A lot of this stuff we'll be getting rid of. So the password reset view, we've got the permission, allow any, so this will be different. This is password reset serializers. Oh, all right. Now I've made a bit of a boo-boo with the naming convention, but we can fix this up very, very quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to the serializers where we want to serialize the data. I'm just going to copy and I'm just going to paste. And what I'm going to call this is not password reset serializer, but forgotten password serializer. I'm going to add that in. We're going to change this to forgotten password serializer. Like so. And what I want to do is so I'm happy with that password, yada yada yada. All right, cool. So we've got the email. All right, cool. Yep, that's fine. We now need to go back into here. We're getting rid of this one, but what we're going to do is we're going to replace it with not that. Thank you very much. I hate when it just fills everything out. Authentication dot forgotten password serializer. We're going to get rid of that one, and we've got forgotten password serializer. So there we go. We're happy with that. That becomes forgotten password serializer. We're all happy and dandy with that. We're going to close this. I'm going to close this. We're going to go into this. So password reset serializer now just becomes a little bit different. So we're no longer using email in this case because we'll have the username in the URL itself. What we'll have is password1 equals serializer character field. Yep, that's correct. Quite. Yep, that's it. Cool. Boilerplate stuff filled out. I'm happy with all of that. So we go back into here. We no longer need the email async sort of stuff, not for the moment. Later on, what we might want to do is email the user if a password has been reset and stuff like that. And we should be able to do that async now. That's another thing I've got to test, whether or not it is async. Because the idea is we were meant to get back a response very, very quickly, and then the email happens later down the track. All right, so down here, that's all complaining that method could be static and all that kind of fun stuff, but we're not going to worry about that. Now, so I'm just trying to think. I think I've mucked up somewhere. Yeah, I've definitely mucked up somewhere. All right. Originally, all of this would have been fine and dandy. But now we're using all right, so now we're using a single page application. I'm just having a think. We actually want to go to the single page and load up that template right away. The API will handle all of the other stuff. I've just emailed the person the API endpoints, which is not what we want. So, main vpreview, we're going to go into not the forgotten password serializer, we're going to go into the forgotten password API. We've got the request get host. And then what we want is we want login, reset password, and then we'll have question mark UID equals this, and token equals that. Now, we've just hit an ad break, so we're going to go like this. So yeah, welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well tonight. For those on YouTube wondering what's actually happening, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's to stop the pre-rolled ads because they suck. Yeah, we tend to do this whilst the ads are happening. We've got about a minute left on the ads. I think 30 minutes ago I grabbed myself a beer and I'm tossing up whether or not I should grab another one. You know what? It's Friday. I'm gonna grab beer. I'll be right back. This one's empty. Oh, not quite, but it's getting there. All right, I am back, and the ads are 10 seconds left. Okay. We are getting there. And welcome back, everyone. All right, so yeah, we just want to send the user here. We'll have all of those sort of tokens and stuff like that. I'll figure out how to do that with the router properly. But with the API internals, at least we've got this with the reset password. I don't need any of that now. I just need that. If we go into here, we don't need the get. We just need the post. And I'm going to default this out at the moment. So I'm going to go serializer equals class. If not, serializer equals valid. We are going to send them errors like that. All right. And then all I'm going to do is just default like that. We're all happy with that. This is just going to be method handling post requests for password reset. And once again, if this turns out to be just a simple sort of method in here and nothing else, we'll get rid of the class and we'll wire it up like a simple method. Just because you don't need to use a class if you don't need to use a class. As simple as that. Ooh, I need the password reset token generator. Now, the thing is, I'm going to need to handle this view in a specific way. So when it comes through, I still need to check the UID and the token. I'll also need to check the UID and token here also. Which reminds me, I then should go in here, UID equals serializer character field, require equals true, and then token equals required equals true. I like things in alphabetical order. So that becomes a password reset. This is fine. That's fine. We now need to actually deal with the URLs. So I've got to find the URLs over here. URLs, there they are. So we've got the base URLs. So we've got the API, we've got the login, we've got a path for the login. And we've got an authentication view in here. So I'm just going to go into this. And what actually happens is it brings up the authentication view and handles everything from there like that. However, that being said, this is different. Now I know this is just a single class and stuff like that. We should really be putting this as a method, just a single method. Because yeah, it handles all of that. Give me a couple of seconds. What I'm going to do, Django class views, routes. See what they recommend and so forth like that. What I could do, blah, 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 template name, blah, 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 homepage view, template name, yada, yada, yada. As view, so yeah, they got like about view, and then you got all of that, and then yeah, everyone's happy with that. However, if I want to, they've got the def head supporting other HTTP methods. Async dev, yeah, we'll implement async very, very shortly. Once the login process is done, we'll implement async, we'll implement the internationalization of everything. We'll do a bunch of other stuff too. Hopefully speed up things. Now the other thing is I could create one for reset password view. GP, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. Welcome, welcome. How's your Friday going? I'm just having a think. Because one thing is, I don't want to have these classes, but at the same time, I kind of want to keep classes in here and stuff like that. Pretty good so far. That's great to hear. Because then this handles all the different other methods, being like method not allowed and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, kind of. So I'm just thinking out aloud how I want to handle this. We've got the authentication. Oh, where is this one kept? Views application. We're putting that in authentication. All right, cool. We're moving everything over, and that's another thing we should do. All right, in here, we're going to add it in, and what I'm going to do is, grab all of that. I'm going to reset password and stuff like that. Pretty good so far. That's great to hear. You use Arch, by the way. Welcome, H1. I use Ubuntu because I am very vanilla when it comes to Linux, even though I've been using it since I was 16, which has been decades ago. Decades, all right? In here, what we want to do is we want to do something like that. We want to go reset password view. In here, I'm going to do a simple to-do, check UID exists, check token exists, if not, redirect to login, check token is valid, if not, redirect to login. Just setting up tests this morning. Oh, nice. Yeah, soon I'll be doing lots of unit testing for NearBeach and Welk too. So hopefully if I got time on the weekend, I'll do a lot of unit tests for Welk. I might get some help, just because the tests they should be generic enough. The idea of Welk is it's a shell component library. So VueJS, Vue 3 shell component library. The idea, why I'm saying it's a shell, is that to override any of the styles, it's just going to be a variable change. The idea is a lot of the sort of logic that actually happens in the components is very basic, and it will feed you data, yes. Yeah, it's meant to be very, very basic and very, very easy. That's the goal of it, because I want to actually use it for another project once I've gotten 0.32 out. Which is exciting on itself. So yeah. All right. So that's it. And then we render the request, which is going to be the authentication sort of stuff. That's perfectly fine. It's going to be the same template. What will actually happen is it will go there. The router will accept that route. The query string will pass the information to the front end, and Bob's your uncle and everyone's happy. So I want to do something like this. I then want to go into the base URLs. We're then going to need to put something in for login in here. And what we've got to do is we've also got to go from nearbeach.authentication.reset password view, import reset password view. We just go down here, we go path, we go login / reset password / and then reset password as a view. And that's how we're connecting it up. Yeah, so if you don't know, what I want to do is create something like the good old HP Quality Center. So essentially a QA type software. TestLink is also another one. It's now called OpenText Quality Center. So quality management software. So I kind of want to write something like this, have it open source, be able to connect it up to NearBeach. Also at the same time, I will probably open this up so you can connect it to Jira, so you can actually send in tickets to Jira or a couple of other bug sort of stuff. However, that being said, I kind of want it to also contain its own bug management cycle and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, sort of replacing Bugzilla as a bug tracking system and testing tool. So yeah, All right, so we've got all this. That should connect stuff up now. The next thing I've got to do is, yeah, let's just test this. So we're going to the login. I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to move this stuff to the left. I'm going to click on forgotten password. That just brings through the forgotten password and that thing. It does bring through a few items. We're going to go support@nearbeach.org. I'm going to click submit. Now this should happen straight away. It does. Awesome. So the async stuff is happening. This then sends through one email. It should send through another email in a second or two, maybe. Maybe not. All right. So the reset password should be login, reset password, and so forth like that. Oh, I don't have the HTTP. All right. I need to fix that up. So, to do that, I need to get the scheme, request.scheme. All right, so what I need to do is reset password, not the view, sorry, the API stuff. Alright, forgotten password API stuff. Give me a couple of seconds. Up here, forgotten password, not, that's the serializer, damn. API stuff, come on, brain. It's Friday. You've checked out already. This is authentication, forgotten password. Down here, we need to get request.scheme. I mean, Python ternary operation. I keep forgetting how to spell that. Yes, it does. We do know that. A. So true equals if true, else false. All right, cool. And hello, sir. Supreme DZ, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. I'm, it should be just that. All right, cool. I'm just gonna paste that in. We are, oops. Gonna do that. I'm gonna retest this. So we're just gonna refresh, make sure we get everything back. I'm just gonna click on, all right, we're on the forgotten passwords. I'm gonna do that. We're gonna go support@NearBeach. We're just gonna hit enter. Yeah, that did that instantly. And then over here, we wait a little while and nothing happens. All right. I have a Discord for that. I don't do it on stream. Alright. I think I just swallowed a bug. All right. We are going forgotten password API. We've got this. I'm just going to breakpoint this because that was weird. I didn't get anything back. We are just going to resend that. That should hit that breakpoint. Alright, I had a brain fart there. Alright, cool. And then I'm just going to hit play. That should send the email. Which it didn't. Alright. I'm just going to do this for a second. We're going to do that again. I'm just going to go resend. So I'll sense it here. Oh, I think I know what happened. I think because I edited the code and did all that kind of fun stuff, it didn't, yeah, it just had a hiccup. If I go reset password, all right, it forwards us to the login. I don't review stuff on stream. There have been a couple of people that have sent some very dodgy links before in the past. So hence I say I'll do it on Discord. Someone tried doing it on New Year's. So yeah, I'll save everyone from those images. All right. Not saying that you would do that. I'm just saying that there are people out there that do it, and I just can't risk it. Now, what we want to do is we've got a login type of thing. We've got the login router. I'm going to have a look at the router itself. So we've got the login router. We go login, forgotten password reset, which is what I'm trying to get to. I think I'm just going to copy that link. I'm just going to paste it in there. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste it in like that. Just in case. Now, I just do it on Discord. That's my recommendation. So reset password and /. Now, I'm just wondering if it wants a / there. I don't know, but we'll find out. I'll just close that. I'll close that. I'll close. I don't think I need any of those open. Whoops. We're just going to open that. Cool, and that was it. So what I could potentially do is we're being consistent like that. That's fine. Once again, I don't check things out on stream. All right, I want views, authentication. No, I want the API. I'm gonna get rid of that. And we're gonna test again. So we're gonna go over here. Getting rid of that. We've got the login. You guys don't need to see the network tab anymore. We know everything works async. Well, kind of async. It does things on a different thread. We're going to hit submit. We're going to go over here. Wait a little while. There we go. We're going to reset password, and now we've reached the reset password screen. All right, I'm happy with that. So from there, what I want to do is I want to minimize everything. I want to open up this. I want to go source. I actually want to... I actually want to get the back end done first. So let's open up NearBeach. Let's open up the views, the API, the authentication, the forgotten password API. In here, we've got the UDI. Just wondering if there's a decode version of that. So I'm going to open up the forgotten password. I'm just going to move that over there. And what we're going to do, I'm going to minimize this so we're just focusing on this. We want to go URL safe decode. So there is the decode one. So I'm just going to get rid of all of that. We're just going to go down. So everything passes. I'm on the wrong thing also, once again, happens all the time. I want to go into authentication, reset password. And I've got a breakpoint there, but what I wanted to do is I want to breakpoint this. I'm going to hit this reset password and because we changed the URL. All right. What I want to do is I want to go to the URLs. I want to go into the base. I want to copy this and paste this in. I'm doing this just in case either pattern matches. And then we're going to wait 1 second. We're going to hit refresh. And I'm just going to double check I've got the correct URL pattern. I do. So we should be hitting this. I'm just going to restart the debugger just in case something's gone wrong with the debugger. There it goes. Something went wrong with the debugger. It happens. We're going to have a look at the quarks. And args. Right. We do have query string coming through. So what we want to do is we want to go Django query string. As you see, I've done this before. Your pattern like da, 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 and then I need to pass through dollars. All right, cool. So I want to go into base and I want to just pass through dollars. I'm going to do it on both of them. However, I have a feeling I'm going to need to probably put back the /. All right, let's put back the /. So that means in the base, we're getting rid of this one. So we'll have something like that. That's old. Also, that is very, very old. That's queries, not query string. Django URL query string. Like all of that. All right. Cool. Let's go back over here. Let's hit refresh. We're not hitting that breakpoint, which I'm a bit concerned about. Yeah, a bit concerned about that, but we have an ad break. All right, cool. Hopefully everyone's going well tonight. So, yeah, we're getting there. Hopefully, the idea is when I do the projects API, all the other APIs should be copied and pasted with a couple of fields missing or changed around and stuff like that. So hopefully once we get this API done and then the projects API done, everything just sort of falls into place faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. So yeah. All right, just solving the cube. Alright, and then there we go. We've got about 30 seconds left. Almost out of beer. Lots of time. Ooh, it's almost 10. You know what? I'm going to grab another beer and we're going to push through this tonight. We're going to get this done. Alright, welcome back everyone. Sorry, I was just fetching a cat. Oh, there we go. He should fit in the bed. There we go. He's like, no. You used to steal that bed from Socks. So, let's get back into it. Alright. I'm not hitting that breakpoint for some random reason. If I stop and restart. Yeah, I don't know why. But what I want to do is also I want to make sure that I've got, yep, that all done and dusted. If I just copy this. Yeah, don't know why I'm not hitting that breakpoint. Bit concerned about that too. But let's soldier on. We kind of want this. So in our new lines, what we want to do is we want to get UID is going to be this. We also want token equals request get.token, otherwise it's going to be none. If UID is none or token is none, what we've got to do is we've got to redirect to the URL. You didn't find anyone else? Fair enough. I do have a Discord. I don't do these things live because people send in nasty, horrible stuff. So, you know, someone tried doing that on New Year's and I was sus about it. And sure enough, after stream, when I checked, so yeah. Alright, so if the token is none or that is none, what we want to do is we want to redirect them. So return, this is where I want to look up the Django URL reverse. This is part of the utility function. So the idea is, yeah, we got that. Reverse news archives. So yeah, that will be HTTP response reverse. Yeah, it'll be something like that. In which case, this new line, we'll just put that in there for fun, and I will just import that. In fact, I can tell you what, it's just going to be easier if I do something like that. We need to import this from the, yep. This will be login. Double checking the base. Yeah, it's just simple login. Cool, we're happy with that. We don't need any arguments in here whatsoever. It'll be just that. So we'll reverse straight to the that. So we've just double checked all of that and double check that. Now we need to check if the tokens are valid. So I should check UID and token exist. Check that UID is valid. So what we want to do is we want to go user, and then we have this one. We've got these two, which we've got to import, like so. Make sure everything's in alphabetical order. It ain't, but my my linter ain't going to do that. So we've got the user, and what we want to do, we've got the user ID, and that's going to be URL. No, it's not URL. This is where I'm going to actually ask. Reverse to get user.pk. So decode for string. Ah, all right. So, vi bytes equals, that will be URL save base 64 decode that. All right, cool. And user ID will equal the, and that will be force string UDI bytes. All right, we do need to import for string. That's just part of that sort of process. Easy done. And then what we want to do, now I can't use a get here, so I've got to use user equals user.objects dot, it's going to be user list. Actually, no, it's going to be user, a get, ID equals user ID. We also got to double check that they're active. That's actually going to be PK. And I want to see if the is active equals true, because we don't want to deal with any inactive users sort of getting around the systems. You got to put checks everywhere. And then what we do is a simple first. I've got to get, I'm going to go filter. That way, if the first doesn't exist, what we can do, if user is none, what we can do is we just return back to login. We do these errors silently, so that the user who's probably trying to exploit the login credentials and stuff like that can't. All right. Check to make sure the user exists. Easy done. Actually, that's the whole validation thing there. In fact, I'm going to branch that out. I'm going to, this is going to be def get user. What we'll need is UID And it essentially is all of this. And it's going to be in here. And we're just going to return that. And that's fine. And then what we need to do is we'll have user equals self get user ID. And that way what I can do is do it like that. And that looks a lot nicer. Oh, I need to do a self here. This now then becomes a normal method. I should also go method handling get request for reset password. This is method for retrieving user by UID. Easy done. And then what we need to do so we've got the user, we check that the user exists. We need to validate the token. And Scotty B, cheers, thank you very much. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm. It's weird having to write your own sort of auth, even though it's based on the auth that already exists. You're just using the API calls that Django supplies. But it's weird doing it considering I was several levels down and now I have to do it like this. Alright. So, validate the token. Okay, I've just lost my train of thought, but don't worry. It's the end of the night. I'm getting this done. So validate the token. Oh yeah, we've got to validate the token. So that will be token is token valid equals, and that will be password reset token generator check token user and token. So if not is token valid, we want to return that stuff. We just want to return the user. Otherwise, if all of that works, we can do that. And Nocturnal, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. I am implementing the new auth type of thing. So it's still using Django's auth. It's just that it'll handle it with all the API stuff now. You're okay? Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, I can't complain myself. Just need to just a bit busy. Just, yeah, getting this refactoring of NearBeach out the door. So yeah, how's Max? He's good, doing good. He was on stream just a minute ago, so you missed out there. But yeah, doing 100% fine. So yeah, we don't need to worry. The blood tests all came back. Well, we're happy with all the blood tests and stuff like that. So it looks like he didn't take any damage from drinking the poison. So yeah, God, that was scary. Glad it's over. Okay, so one thing I could potentially do is I could stack these if statements so they go down, and that way I've just got one if, well, I have two return, but at the same time, I don't mind it doing it like this. I think this looks a lot better, and I tend to, I'm a never nester. I don't like nesting stuff. So I'm happy with multiple returns, and that way later on we can probably send back errors to the users if we decide to. In this sort of case, I'm going to go no. We're going to be silent about it, and not tell the people, oh, listen, your UID and token are empty, or then later on be like, yeah, your UID doesn't match any user. I'm not going to do that. So yeah, all right. I'm going to hit this up here. We're going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to go to Mailtrap. We're going to reset the password. Yeah, when... All right, give me a couple of seconds. I'm just going to redo this. Yeah, it's not hitting my I know why. It's got to be above here. So hit login first. Match that, then hit this, then hit that. Yeah, all right, cool. And I might have to... get rid of this one. Maybe, but we want to redirect if it's... Hang on. Redirect if missing and /. Django handles missing trailing slashes through its common middleware and append / settings, which is set to true. All right, cool. Yep, cool. Oops, wrong way. I went too far. So what I want to do is go into these settings. So the settings, we're just going to go and I'm just going to put it at the bottom. Password reset timeout. Oh, that's number of seconds. So 5 minutes would be 60 times 5, which is 300. All right, cool. I'm just going to put in new settings to port over to Django. We do need to double check all of these settings and stuff like that when we actually do all of this. I need to do it like that. All right, cool. I'm going to get rid of that. To test that, what we're going to do is we're going to go to login, but I'm going to, in the base URLs, get rid of this. So we should check for reset password first, then login, and then login path. I think it will go like that, if memory serves me correctly. I've got to run it. So if I get rid of that, it adds the / on automatically. If I go into here and reset password, I had it under / instead of a hyphen. All right, cool. That was it. That's why nothing was matching up. Now, I'm just going to refresh. We've got the reset password there. Bit disappointed we're not hitting that. So I'm just going to double check I'm following through with everything. So that's reset password /, and then we got the $signs. But if I get rid of that, Yeah, all right. Done. All right, cool. We're doing it now. Now we're making sure everything's correctly done. So if, all right, we're happy with that. Oh, we got the user, the dark admin, back straight away. We're going to check the token. It's not valid. And we return to the login page, and I'm just going to hit enter. Boom. So we return straight away to the login page. What I'm going to do, I'm going to reset the password again. I'm going to go back to Mailtrap. Got a password reset. I'm just going to undo that. I'm just going to hit play. And boom. All right, cool. So that was a valid password reset stuff. All right. So now that I got the back end sort of wired up, I've got to get the front end wired up, but I also got to get the API then rewired up, which we can do very, very quickly. I'm going to do the API first, just because I kind of know what I'm expected and all that kind of stuff. The password stuff will take a little while because we've got to do certain things like if someone keys in the wrong passwords, like the two different passwords, we're going to be like, hey mate, these passwords don't match. I've just realized also I only need to send one password to the back end. So I'll edit the serializer, and I need to send back the UID and the token to because we'll be validating once again. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to reset password over here. We've got the reset API password over here. So serializer, we're all happy with that. It's just the serializer. I just need to get rid of this one because we only need to send one password. The front end's going to deal with the password, making sure it's correct. Back here, what we want to do is we want to so serializer will handle whether or not everything's in place. What I got to do is make sure I'm going to copy this static function. I'm going to import these. So that's going to be on 3. So from Django contrib.auth.models import users. What did you say about password? Oh, this is for password reset. So if you're doing password reset on the front end can validate whether or not the passwords are the same. You don't need to send it to the back end and then be like, oh, wrong part. These aren't the same, and then send it back. You just need to send what the user wants for the new password. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, so with the post, what we want to do is we want to get user, that will be user equals self dot get user serializer, yep, from the ID. So yeah, that's just calling that. Easy done. If user is none, what we want to do is return response. We want, it won't be serialized errors, but in this sort of case, what do you mean, security leak? This is after they've got a token to reset their password. And if the token's all wrong or the UID is wrong, then it just forwards them off to the login page. Like, we will be double checking the UID and the token before. So, for example, if they grab like a curl of the thing, we'll be grabbing the UID and the token and double confirming that it is meant for this user. Yeah. All right, in this sort of case, we've got the response. The response will be like, form data is incorrect. We're going to leave it as generic as possible. We're going to go status equals status.http foreign bat request. If they reuse the password in other places, then it could leak their password. Or does it matter if they use the same one? Oh, this is, I'm dealing with the password reset functionality. So in case they forgot their password, they can reset the password. All right, so the user's all done of that, and I think all right. So I think I know where this is happening. Just give me 2 seconds. Escalate draw. So with the front end, you'll have password 1 and P2. Validation should happen at the front end to see if these two passwords match. So, like when you reset a password, you always got to fill it out twice. That way, if the user has fat-fingered or anything like that, it isn't going to reset their password to the fat-fingered result. The backend does not need. Yeah, all good. I think we're both on two different books there. Yeah, the backend doesn't need both passwords because they're going to be the same. And what will actually happen is I just need the first password. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, this is just resetting password. So we got the user. I don't think Django's built in with prior password checks and stuff like that, which, yeah, I'm not a fan of. Because then you got to have all the old hashes, and then you got to check all the old hashes, and if that hash table breaks, you could potentially, yeah, it becomes a problem. All right. So this is passed, and then we need to verify token. Now, another thing I could potentially do is I can silently fail here too. I kind of like that. Wait, 200. All right, silently fail. Ensure the user that the password has updated. Ensure in this sort of case, it'll be an attacker. Verify token. Now, in this sort of case, I do want to tell the user that their token has expired. because the thing is, they might get the email. Let's say it's a 5-minute timeout, and they get the email at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. All right. Ooh, we've just hit ads. Oh, damn it! I wanted to talk about this. Nocturnal, you're not in ads. I'm just rubber ducking here at the moment. So let's say there's a 5-minute expiry timeout for the token. Let's say the person clicked the thing, got distracted for 4 minutes and 45 seconds, and like, oh shoot, they open up email, they hit the token, they go to the page, it passes the initial token verification, so the user lands on that password reset. It takes them an extra 20 seconds to think of a password, type it in, and stuff like that. And when they hit submit, I want to tell them, sorry, token's expired. That seems good logic. It's because in this sort of case, and I've had this happen before, where took me a while to figure this out, where I was resetting my password, but it was failing because the token had expired, and because the token was set at 10 seconds, it was ridiculous. And it took me forever to reset my password. In fact, I had to call up IT and be like, what the fuck? But in every single case, it told me my password reset, and I actually had to show someone on the phone that, no, this is not actually happening. Yeah, it was really annoying because no one believed me until I got on the phone. I was like, how do you reset it? I was literally copying and pasting random passwords into Notepad and stuff like that, and showing that it was. So with the token, I definitely do want to send back an error, and I want to 10 seconds mental. Yeah, it is. You won't receive an email in 10 seconds. So yeah, I do want to send back to the user being like, token has expired, or stuff like that. So what I want to do is I want to go token, is token valid? And it's that. Oh, is it called data? Hang on, sorry, I'm just double checking something. Django REST framework. Email, comment, serializer.data, render, all right, cool, deserializing objects, all right, no. I want to get declaring serializer. Validated data. Yeah, that's what I thought it was meant to be. Not data. This is why AI is a pain, because it should know I should be using validated data, not data. All right. Getting with this. So is token valid? We've got the user. We're going to validate the data. If not is token valid, notify the user that the token has expired. So this will be a return response. This will be data equal message. Token has expired and no longer valid. All right, easy done. I think that's a good one. And we're going to send back a HTTP. We want a 403, I believe. Yeah, 403. Forbidden. Alright, cool. So, after it's all past that, what we want to do is we want to reset the user's password. And what we want to do is we want to go user dot it's password or set password, validate the data, password, set, and I think we just want the save, and then we want to return back a, it doesn't need to be a response, it just has to be a 200 response, and then we'll get the front end to go, all right, cool, sweet, done, and it will off. No, don't fill that out, thank you very much. Send user 200 response. All right, cool. And I think that's it. I think that will be good. We just need to test it now. Oh, one thing I didn't. All right. We're going to test. So I'm just looking at it all the time and all that kind of stuff. All right. All of this password reset has expired because I've set it at 5 minutes. I want to click on here. I want to go like here. We want to go support@nearbeach.org. We just want to hit enter. That works perfectly fine in async. And then we should see something pop up here. We go, yep, sweet. I want to reset password. Oh, I haven't done the front end. All right, cool. Let's do the front end. But first, sorry, I do need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I won't be long. All right, so I'm just gonna close all tabs in this group, close all tabs. We're gonna minimize everything. We're gonna open up the NearBeach. We're gonna open up the source. We're gonna open up the components. We're going to open up the login, and we've got password reset. So in here, we've got password reset. So this is gonna be the top one. And then we've got the password reset panel, which is gonna be underneath. What we want to do is we also want to include the login image. So straight off the bat, what I want to do, div class equal, actually, I tell you what, we're just going to copy and paste something. So with the login page, we're just going to go in here. We're just going to go down here. We're going to copy this. We're just going to close this. We're going to go in here. We just want to do this. Easy done. So this, however, is not what we want. We don't want the login fat. We don't want any of that. So we can get rid of that very, very quickly. There wasn't much stuff. All right, I don't know why I did that. This would be password reset. I did want to, however, there's not much there. I don't know why I'm doing this. I could have come back. Anyway, I'm just going to paste that in. We're going to change it to password reset like that, easy done. This is all like this. And then what I want to do is I want to have password reset panel. Now this is going to be by itself like that. We just need to import it. We also, we don't need to do that. Yeah, we just need to do something like that. So import the password reset panel from password reset panel, password reset. All right, cool, done. We're happy with that. I'm building some CI tests at the moment. CI or CL? Takes so long for the system to get into the correct state, it's making my feedback loop so long. Oh, damn. I've started doing some testing for work and stuff like that. CI. Yeah. All right. Command interface. Or if we're going with a joke, command I-to-face. Yeah, I-to-face. All right, cool. I like it. Yeah, I've been doing some tests and stuff like that. Wrote up a test for a Azure function lately. So it's not a unit test at all. The idea being is it's more of the sort of shakeout testing and stuff like that. So if we change anything on the function itself, I open up this little Python library and I hit it with a bunch of known sort of stuff, which which the values should be known, and I'll just double check and stuff like that. It took me like 10 minutes to set up today, which was nice. So yeah, sorry, I am having another beer. It is Friday. All right, password reset. All right, cool. So we want to go into here. With this, what we want to do is we're going to have div class, oops, password reset panel, just like that. And once again, we're going to scope this whole entire thing. What we're going to do though is we are going to copy the styles from here. Oh, piss. There we go. Password reset panel, flex, all of that stuff. I don't see us using A tags. I see us using all of that. Error message. Yeah, we'll be using error message. All right, don't worry about that. We will definitely be using error message. So one thing we need to do is we need to, from Welk, so import, this would be the password sorry, not password reset. This will be the password input from Welk. Oh, by the way, Nocturnal. npmjs.com. Welk UI. Yeah. Oh, I think I mentioned this in Discord. I'm putting this out here. The idea being is I want to use the same component. So it's going to be a shell component library. So not very much in the sense of CSS done. It's going to be the very, very basic sort of stuff, but a lot of that can be manipulated through variables and stuff like that. Yeah. So, yeah, if people do add-ons for NearBeach, which is what we kind of want to do with plugins and stuff like that, we can then go, all right, here is a library you can use. If you wanted to brand something, you can, yeah, to have the same look and feel. If you wanted to also brand something or do something different with it, here are the different variables that actually tweak everything. So yeah. It took me a weekend to set that up. A weekend of annoyance because I've never set up an NPM library before. And it was very annoying. Not gonna lie. I then ended up consulting with AI and then Claude. I ended up using Claude. And Claude got a fair amount correct. And then it introduced a bunch of errors. I did a little bit of research on those errors and stuff like that. And then I was like, Claude, what are you doing? And then it fixed up. Yeah, it was a lot of back and forth. A lot of token usage. Let's just say that. Right, this should be main title. I think. H1 ID main title. Yep. Reset password. Easy done. And then we need password input. We're just going to leave it like that at the moment. It's going to have a problem. That's going to be perfectly fine. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to go import the ref from Vue. Down here, we're going to define refs. And what we want to do is we want to define amount of time to argue with whatever model I'm using in cursor at the time is to temp height. Fair enough. Yep. Const, this will be password1 equals ref, and it's going to be like that. We'll have const password2 is going to be that. We're going to be happy with that. Now, if we go in here and go into this, we can see whether is required. So default. Oh, this isn't. All right, because it's compiled and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to go down here. I'm going to go is required. Oh, this needs to be binded. So is required. Equals true. The V model is going to be password1. Excuse me for burping, but I do apologize. The label is going to be no, I wanted. Once had Gemini tell me a config was a port-wise config when it's a global one. It was giving me all links to SourceForge. I was giving it links to the GitHub where the code actually hosted. Fair enough. Or housed, I should say. It got stuck in the loop. Fair enough. Oh, do you remember I got one of the AIs stuck in a loop because I was asking it, there was a particular type of fruit, cucamelons, we know the answer now, that I was looking up. It looks like a watermelon. It's very, very tiny, about the size of your one of your knuckles on your little fingers. And I was like, but it isn't watermelon. And it kept going through every single type of watermelon and be like, but that's a watermelon, so that can't be it. It looks like a watermelon. It must be a watermelon. As it was mental. I remember doing it at work, and we got DuckDuckGo's AI just kept going on and on and on and on and on and on and on until it just crashed. So yeah. All right. So we've got new password, confirm password. All right. I like those names. So new password and confirm password will be at the bottom one. So we'll have password input. Label will equal confirm password. Is required equals true. V model equals password 2. And then what we want to do is we do something like that. We'll also need a button. So from Welk, we can now import buttons. Button component. All right, going down to, let's say, 22. Whoops, I am fat fingering a lot at the moment. So button component, we'll do something like that. We'll need to do an at click equals submit password reset. We'll do these in a minute. I'm just filling this out at the moment. Password, reset password. Okay, cool. All right, we also need give me a couple of seconds. View 3, disable button. I just realized I'm not setting down if the button's disabled or anything like that. All right. We're going to put in a bug. All right, woke UI. We're going to go new issue. We're going to go button component. No way to disable button. So what we want to do, we've got actions for the button component. So we have the ability to be like what the status is and all that kind of stuff, but I'm going to change that. I don't like that. That was from the mock-up stage, and I'm like, it doesn't kind of fit. I need this to be as generic as possible. My friend just sent me a Vercel lab project that's exactly the same as something I did 6 years ago. Oh no. Oh no. And then you like dust it off a little bit and there's your name at the bottom. You're like, God damn it, Vercel. All right, cool. Might be good to, all right. There are many cases where we would like to have a button disabled. This needs to be passed down through the props. Okay, and then we just go button component is disabled equals true. Button. All right, that could actually be a line of code. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to keep these at normal. This is definitely a bug. This is definitely submitted. This is going to be assigned to me. This is, ooh, no system at the moment. We don't have fixed versions or anything like that. So we're just going to create this. And there's, I think, our first bug for Welk. All right. I'll need to edit this board for Welk stuff too, because we've got 0.32 stuff. We don't have the Welk there we go. All right, so going on here, yeah, we can see I think, or we usually have the compact for these. So what I'm going to do, class equals compact. Like so. Down here, we want to go class equals primary. We need to do the submit password reset button and stuff like that. So yeah, that just compacts everything down for us. Up here, what we need to do is define functions. Function, what did we call it? Submit password reset. Word reset. Yeah, this is just going to be a void. What I want to do, const error messages equals ref. It's going to be that. I'm just going to go down here and I'm just going to put in a p class equals error message. We're also going to do a vif. So vif error messages. I'm going to put it at error message does not equal nothing. All right, easy done. Up here, we're just going to go and get rid of that because it is one message, error message. And we're just going to do that. And we're only going to do it on submit. It's going to annoy the bejeebers out of users and stuff like that. They're going to hit the submit and then it's going to find out that, hey, your password's different. Haha. But we can work with that. So they click on that, it goes up here. What we want to do is check both passwords match. So if password value 1 does not equal password number 2, what we want is error message dot value equals essentially passwords don't match. And once again, we're going to actually implement internationalization. Holy hell, I said the word. But we're not going to worry about this at the moment. That's going to be very shortly. So I just want to get this working and then we'll do that. We're also going to do, we're going to look at accessibility also. I'm probably going to handball, I'm not saying handball off to someone. I'm going to probably run a couple of libraries that I know and that a couple of viewers have given me. But I'm also going to reach out, that's the word I was trying to search for, reach out to someone I know and ask them, hey, I need someone to look at this critically. So, yeah. And make sure I have got this correct. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to return because we won't want to do anything. And then we want to send the data to the backend. So we now need to import Axios. This is where I'm going to have to look up how we do this because this is part of the login page sort of stuff. Oh, piss. Yeah, we've got to do injection. All right, cool. So there we are, injection. We need to go back up to here. We're just going to go inject like that. We also need the Axios instance, which I'm just going to hover over. I'm just going to import it. That's just the types. Yeah, so the idea is moving forward with NearBeach. I'm going to have it set up so that if anyone wants to sort of translate it to their own preferred language, they can. I've still got to double check all the sort of languages, all that stuff. I don't want someone just making up a language or anything like that. But yeah, I do want to actually have it like that. I know someone who speaks Japanese. I'm trying to learn Japanese, so Japanese is going to be one of the other languages. But if there is anyone out there who's like, you know what, I want to put this in Hindi, or I want to put this in French or Spanish or something like that, I'm going to be very open to those translations, and I'm going to try and make it as simple and seamless as possible. Where you just copy the one of the base files, put in the language, and hope for the best. So yeah. Project I used to use, there was a function you could have some fun where you could export all the strings as you can and make the function called register the string. Ooh. Yeah, so I'm going to be using, and it took me a couple of weeks to figure out what library I wanted to use. And I want to use this one. It also has petite version. So I don't think I'll be using the larger version. I think I'll be using the petite version because I had a look at it and I'm like, do I need all of this stuff? And I was kind of thinking, yeah, I'll probably use the petite version. Yeah. All right, so we've got to set up the Axios. So this is where I've got to do query string stuff again. So JavaScript query string. Did this not that long ago. So we've got the URL. All right, this is check the query string parameter and check the query string. All right, cool. So URL parameters, we do all that. This will be the user ID. That will be the simple UID. Done, and then the const token will equal the URL parameter token. All right, cool. If UID equals nothing, or we're going to do that, token equals nothing, we're just going to error message dot value query strings missing. We're just going to do that. We're still going to notify the user. It would give you a file with 2 sets of strings. You would edit the second one to the language you wanted to upload. Yeah, fair. Yeah. So the idea is I'll also do a very similar thing. So there will be an English file, a Japanese file. You essentially just copy the English one and stuff like that. Oh, and say hi to Pip. Hi, Pip. How are you? Tell her she missed out on Max being on stream for about 10 seconds. Alright, cool. So we've got that, and then send data to the backend. This will be the, actually, this will be quite literally the API client, API client dot post, and then the URL. Hey Pip, will be API version 1. Password reset. I'm going to do a /. We're not going to worry about the UID and all that kind of stuff. That's perfectly fine. We're going to do const data to send equals new form data. Data to send dot set. And it's going to be password. That's going to be password 1. That's the one password we need to send back. Sorry, to answer your question, sorry, I missed what you said about the lib. Oh, yeah, so, with the library, I'm not going to use the full library. What I'm going to be using is the petite version, because there's a bunch of stuff here that I probably don't need. That the petite version covers pretty much everything. So yeah, it might be, I might change my name, might change my mind if dates and times become an issue. In which case, yeah, that happens. So, yeah. But I'm not too worried about that at all. All right, getting back into this, we're then going to set with the password one. We need to dot the value there. I do have dates, but I've got date pickers. And I do believe, what's the date tool I'm using? Lexion. No. It's not Moment. It's the new one of this. Luxon. And this will be internationalization or and this I might come with I'll actually have the local in the HTML tags and stuff like that. So I'll be passing that from the back end to the front end, and that's how I'll handle internationalization. And then from there, VueJS will have a look at that and be like, yo, this is meant for Japanese, and handle all of that. So I'm going to do it properly. Unlike what I've done in the whole entire past. So yeah, I've just got to figure it out to see if this will work. Worst case scenario, when we get to it, we can review what I've done. I won't go past projects without actually needing date times in proper formats. And hey, Veer, I think I said hey before. The Veer, how are you? If I didn't, I'm terribly sorry, just saw it. All right, so new password, confirm password. That's looking good. We've got the API client. Why is that? It's because it could be undefined, so we've got to do that. Now, I think I could do that. I don't have router in here. Oh, I've gone way too far. Path name. Sweet. Router dot push. I can't even spell. Yeah. All right. Cool. We don't need anything. Oh, piss. Hate when it does that. We just need. Login. And then we just need to do that. The hell, AI? That was terrible code. All right, so that's what we need to do. So we're on this page at the moment. I'm just going to, whoops. Type in the wrong password. That's going to give us a problem, but it's failed to reload. The password reset. All right, hang on. I'm just going to go cancel. I'm just going to refresh. Forgotten password. We're just going to do the support at NearBeach.org. We're just going to hit enter. We're all happy with that. We're going to close this. We're going to close this. We're going to close this. We're going to close all of these because we don't need it anymore. We're just going to open up this. We're going to reset that password. Ooh, failed to load. Playground. Does the file actually exist? All right, not a problem. I fucked up. Excuse my French. Oui. Honestly, I don't know how to speak any French, so I'm sorry to all the French people out there. I'm Australian, do forgive me. We struggle with learning other people's languages. Oh, no, this will be loginrouter.ts. All right, cool. That's the problem. I'm going to close that. I'm going to reopen up this. So, got the new password. Oh, I'm not rendering out the error. Ah, boo. You know, historically and Brit and stuff like that. Possibly. Alright, so we've got everything working. The idea is also... I've got the passwords don't match up here. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of that if statement. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go back up here. We're going to do error management and we're going to add in the space. And what I want to see is, all right, not a problem. We're going to get rid of that space as it's not needed. We're going to scroll down to the CSS. We're going to go at before content equals, and we're going to add in a space. Now, if I do a clear error, we want that in there. And the thing is, we want a before. Alright, I'm just going to refresh. We have the error message in here, but the content... What I want to do is I want to do font size 1 rem, line height 1.25 rem. What if I do... Oh yeah, sorry. Padding 1 rem. Sorry, I'm adding in stuff over here to make sure this works out. And then if I do something like this, passwords don't match. All right, cool. I can do this. Padding. I'm gonna go 000. Sorry. 1 rem 0. And I'm just gonna refresh. Yeah, it wasn't there. That's the problem. All right, I'm gonna bump this off to the left. I'm gonna bump this into mobile phone mode, so both everyone can actually see. I want to add in a little space there, so when an error pops in, it's not all of a sudden, and everyone's like, ah! And the problem is the content of a space is doing nothing. We want line height 1.25 rem. We want font size to be 1 rem. And if I do padding as 1 rem, it works. If I do padding 1 rem for the top, 1 rem for the right, 1 rem for the bottom, and then 0, that should work. And then I don't need the line height, and yeah, that should work. And then if I do an error, top, right, bottom, left. Oh, that's with the before. All right, not a problem. What I can do, get rid of that. You've been using HTMX? It's been fun. Oh, nice. Yeah, one day I'll get there. I know GB likes HTMX, if memory serving me correctly. I don't know why it's doing that alert, but all right, it's disappeared again. What if I do after? That's before. All right, that's not helping. Which doesn't help. All right. Yeah, all right. And HTML. Element. All right, I want to do padding. I want to do 1 rem. Yeah, but the instant the error comes in, it's going to... Oh, shit. Yeah, it's going to add that padding in. All right. All right, CSSP with should have space with no text. All right, I've got AIs to do a lot of the front end stuff, to be honest. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, cool. This, could I? It's that simple. All right. So 1.25 rem. We're just going to refresh everything out. Ooh. All right, Alright, if I hit refresh now, am I on the right password reset panel? Alright, I'm clearly not on the right screen. Alright, we're going to reset the password again. Alright, reset password. We're just going to bump over here. What I want to do, I want to bump that down like that. So we've got a space here. Cool. So the idea being is if I type in the wrong sort of password and stuff like that, boom, passwords don't match. It doesn't move the whole page and everything like that, which is what I want. I want to have it so that users are happy with this and make sure nothing moves around and does funky stuff. So the other thing I want to do is make sure that this actually works. So we've got test $1 2 3 $4, test $1 2 3 $4. Another thing I want to do is get rid of that error the instant someone types on something. Now I might have done that wrong, so I'm going to piss off. I am just going to copy those because I just don't trust my typing at the moment. Request fails. All right, so API, the password reset forbidden. So now it's just got to fix up backend and get that hooked up correctly. And make sure that I've got the right password, the URL in here. So I want to go NearBeach, URLs, internal URLs. And it's going to be this. So I'm just going to copy this. We're going to go to the reset panel. We're going to paste that in, and that's it. No, I've got the wrong URL pasted in. It's more of a I've done something silly issue. So, yeah. All right, reset password. Boom, we've hit the back end now. Ooh, we haven't done the serialization correctly. So I'm just going to hit play. I'm just going to see what this has come through. Request, token, and UID. All right, cool. And the fun thing is, I actually got those here, and I never actually did really anything with them. So what I want to do, data to send.set UID is going to be UID. Easy done. Data to send.set token is going to be token. We're just going to get that to auto format. Why is that all wrong? Name equals string, value equals string or blob. Gave the following error, overload, All right. I'm cheating. Yeah, I'm just cheating there. Do you need a null check? I have a null check. That's the thing. TypeScript is really weird. Yeah, sometimes you got to do some really weird stuff like this just to get it to work. Considering I've got a type check, a null check up there. It's not checking specifically for null, and that would be as simple as UID equals null or token equals null. It's just the inherited craziness of JavaScript added with TypeScript added on. So what I want to do is I'm just going to reset. Now that token has expired. I've just realized that I've also should have kept on that page because I'm just going to forget password. We're just going to go to support at the usual sort of basic stuff. We've just done the password reset. We just wait here for a little while and then we click on that. And whatever you just did it. Don't know. I think JavaScript might have a problem. Oh, I don't need to do that. I just need to do this. And then we need to do test $1, $2, $3, $4. Test $1, $2, $3, $4. Hit the reset password. We've got into the back end. We've passed that. We've passed the user, which we're happy with. We've passed the this. We've saved the password and we're sending back a response 200. And then boom. It's weird. It's weird. A lot of linters have problems with just the 2 equals in JavaScript. So you gotta be specific. Yeah, it's annoying. Alright, I am going to snooze the ads. Alright, because we're pretty much finished up here. So yeah, git add pretty much everything. Git commit. So implementation of password reset with 2FA. So we did it. We did it, everyone. Null equals false, so it wouldn't work. Yeah, it's weird how it casts nulls. Also, an empty string isn't considered a null, so you can't do stuff like .NET. Like you have the string dot is null or empty function, or a method, I should say, which would be awesome if they included it. Because that will cut down on me checking for explicit empty strings and explicit nulls. So, yeah. But, oh well, these things happen. It's a crazy language. Guaranteed someone's working with some of the craziness of it, and if someone fixes it, they're going to break something important. So, yeah. Alright, it is 11:20 here. It has been a big stream. And I'm just wondering who we could raid. We could do something random and raid a random gamer stream who I watch. Or what's that stream about? No, but there. All right, I'll give it up to. We'll do the Dev Dad. All right, cool. He's building something. All right. Anyway, if I had like less than five people watching, I would be like, yeah, you know what, screw it, it's Friday, let's go race on playing Code Vein or something like that. I like goes optimal second value to check to see it, map string, a lot of that just went over my head. That's probably because I've been drinking. And that, and also I don't know Go, and Twitch compresses everything. So yeah. Anyway, we'll go raid the dev dad. So they're doing, they're building a CRM. Neat, awesome. We'll start listening to them. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone, for coming tonight. Moving on from this, what we want to do is we want to sort of tackle all the testing and stuff like that. Getting internationalization into place, all that kind of fun stuff that we're trying to aim for. And then from there, we get the projects API all up and running, with the hopes from that point onwards, a lot of the other APIs, because they'll be generic from now on, will be just simple. Fingers crossed. So yeah, anyway, thank you very much and have fun. And for those left on YouTube, sadly, you won't be able to join us with the raid, but thank you very much for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It actually does really help the channel. And yeah, thank you.